want to call the February 16, 2015 Daviess County Fiscal Court meeting to order. Commissioner Wathen, would you lead us in a prayer and the pledge?
Dear God, our Father, thank you for all the blessings that you have given to our great community and our country. Thank you for our military and our police and our firemen. Please give them the strength that they will need to protect us as they put themselves in harm's way. Thank you for our county employees who work so hard to improve the lives of our citizens. And as always, we ask that you help the members of this court to be good stewards of all that have been placed in our care. In Jesus' name we pray.
Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Commissioner, and I want to add just one more thanks. I want to thank all those who braved this weather to get here to Fiscal Court today to make a very important report. Thank you for coming. Snowing outside. Is this what the groundhog meant when he said, I see my shadow, so 6 more weeks of winter? Are you ready, Terry?
I am.
We'll push it out there.
All right. Beginning with consideration for presentation. A, Juvenile Drug Court update.
Commissioners, we were scheduled to do the Juvenile Drug Court update. I think Claude has asked that we not do that because
most of my people either work for a school or the ones who are participating and have kids and things, and I didn't think it would be a good idea for them to get out to do this. And they asked me, could they be there for it, so I won't just present it on my own. We will
okay,
do that.
And that's fine. One of the things, Commissioner, that I was going to use or talk about during that is I believe at the end of this year, Claude, our
December
commitment
15, yes,
to
Judge.
fund the Juvenile Drug Court expires, which would necessitate, if we're going to fund it again, that we take that into consideration during the budget session. So I'm going to let you guys know right now that it's my proposal to put that funding back in our budget for another 3 years. We'll have an opportunity to talk about it. And Claude, I think probably I would suggest that you approach the city and see if they are on board to do that.
I will do that, Judge. We made a presentation with them, probably been close to 6 months ago, but we will ask them to do that again and remind them why we're doing it.
Okay.
Thank you.
All righty. Commissioners, any question or comment there? Next item, Terry.
B, Daviess County Community Access Project update.
Okay, a couple of folks that braved the weather are here. You're on. And Terry, if I call you Jenny, don't smack me.
Thank you for having me here today, and thank you for your service to our community. I'd first like to start by reminding you about a little recap of what the Daviess County Community Access Project is.
Let us know who you are
Yes.
first.
I'm Suzanne Craig with Green River District Health Department Community Access Project.
And you have brought who did you bring with you?
I brought Debbie Philman, our Director of Public Health, with me today.
I just wanted you to get on record so we could
Thank
give you
you.
extra brownie points for being out in the snow. Okay.
Thank you. A little recap of the program is that we're a program that helps those individuals that are low income get access to prescriptions, donated medical care, transportation vouchers, follow-up services in terms of reminders for their appointments, and help them sign up for Affordable Care Act. So we try to really do all the services necessary to help them gain increased access to care overall. But currently, that in 2013, that it was reported that 15.1% of people in Daviess County were uninsured. And so that number continues to drop some due to Affordable Care Act, but we still have a sizable number of people that are rather uninsured or still having problems with access. In Daviess County, as you all may recall, that through some of the work being done in some of the health forums, that Daviess County chose 3 priority health concerns for their plan for the community health assessment plan, and those were access to care, obesity, and substance abuse. And so we feel like our work with access to care is relevant and timely, even such, given that the community sees that as a priority as well. And so we're working real actively with many of those work groups and many of those health coalitions to let them know some of the problems facing those who are having problems with access. That currently we have trained 3 staff people in Daviess County to be able to do Affordable Care Act applications, and this will help individuals that we can assess that if they're eligible for Medicaid or insurance policy before we give them the donated medical care or donated services. So this keeps us from only giving the donated care and prescriptions to those who have no other form or fashion to get them. Currently, we've been able to sign up 1,005 people over the last year in an insurance or Medicaid policy. So our first line of defense is really wanting to access what exists and then moving on to other donated care. So if you want to, I wanted to share with you kind of a big picture approach of what the program's been able to do since 2005. With donated care, we've been able to help coordinate more than $20 million worth of donated care and another $6.7 million in donated prescriptions. So with an overall total of $26.9 million worth of donated prescriptions and donated medical care in our community since 2005. We're proud of that, but we couldn't do it without the support of the court here and other grantors and the community willing to donate and willing to make referrals. The process I want to share a little bit about what 2014 looks like. The staff has worked really hard in order to, this has been a year where a lot of changes, as you all know, with the Affordable Care Act and so forth. And even in the face of those changes, we've been able to get $1.6 million worth of donated medical care and $1.1 million in donated prescriptions. So with an overall total for 2014, $2.7 million. And if you consider that that's 2 full-time staff and myself, that's a tremendous amount of work and a tremendous amount of effort of working with the community to garner that kind of support and those kind of donations. And that in terms of the program in the state is that with all the changes in Affordable Care Act, I began to start getting some phone calls from the Kentucky Prescription Assistance Program and they said, how are you all still getting your donated prescriptions? And so we began to find that we're leaders in the state with helping some other programs on how to do simple things like appeal through pharmaceutical companies. How are we managing some of the roadblocks that we're facing? And so I'm pleased to mention that we like being in a mentor status, that we're doing some things right. We also received an award, the Gold Award from the Kentucky Prescription Assistance Program, that mentioning that we were a top performing program, coordinating more than $1 million. And so I'm very pleased about that. So far, every patient that walks in our door that we're able to send out with $4,354 worth of some kind of donated services. And so with that, we've helped patients not only get the $2.7 million, but for every dollar that we spend, for every dollar spent in our program, we receive 27.78 cents in donated care and prescriptions. We feel like that's a good return on investment. For every dollar, a little over $27 return. And so I felt like it was important to share that with you all because that we are trying to be good stewards of the support in the community and for the support to our program to keep it going. And we appreciate your all's trust and your all's support over the last years. And so thank you very much for letting me speak about it today. Any questions?
Just a couple, and I think you partially answered it. You know, the simple question would be, why do we need to continue this program if we have the Affordable Care Act that's going to take care of everyone's issues now?
And that is a valid concern. But what we're finding is that some people get stuck in a status where they're in a pending status for large periods of time. And unfortunately, if you have a gallbladder that needs out, your gallbladder won't wait until for 2 months until that your application becomes unpending. Other situations are that maybe your prescription's not covered under the insurance that you chose. Another problem is that with high deductibles. So someone might have an insurance plan, but now they have a $6,000 deductible, and they still need their insulin and they still need things. And so for many people are because of limited resources, are signing up for really high deductible plans.
Are they able to use this $4,354 worth of donated medical care and drugs as part of their deductible? Is that
Well,
because that's the thing that bothers me is most of these plans are $5,000 and $6,000 in deductible, and you're right, there is no way to cover that initially, and this fills that gap until they get there. The question is, do they get to use this as part of their deductible? And
not necessarily. It helps to get the immediate need, but with the prescription, it does often, once they get access, they have access for up to a year.
Okay.
So then the deductible becomes less concerning. But then we also coach them a little bit about talking to them about the plan that they're picking and saying, I know that premium is a concern for you. However, given that you're a diabetic or you have hypertension, that it could be very detrimental to you for choosing a high deductible plan. So we work with them so that we don't, hopefully in some cases, don't have a repeat problem, but there's still huge access problems. Even when people get their insurance, some people have never had any kind of insurance coverage and they don't even know what doctor to go to. So we will even work with them in finding a doctor that accepts Medicaid or accepts their insurance. And so we follow up with them. Once we get them enrolled, we don't leave them hanging because we feel like access is so important in terms of following them through the process.
And this is a question you may not have an answer for. Do you know how many MCOs we have in Daviess County?
But Ms. Philman can help me too, that we have Passport, Coventry, Humana, and WellCare, and Anthem, so 5.
Do you offer those to all the patients where they make a choice? And if so, are you aware of, as of January 1, Anthem did not have a contract with our local hospital?
Yes.
And anybody that was on that insurance, the closest care they could get was in Henderson County or Ohio County?
We do inform people of the current situation. So one of the first questions we ask is, once someone's eligible for Medicaid, we say, do you have a primary care physician? If tomorrow you had to go to the doctor, who would you go to? What hospital would you go to? And then based on that information, we tell them that. We can't recommend, we can't really tell them which provider to go with. However, we feel like that's an important access. And we know that that's always subject to change. But we just give them the best information we have in that moment with that interaction.
I guess my
with them.
concern is that we would give them information on a managed care organization that doesn't have a contract with anyone, to my knowledge, in Daviess County. But you know, so they spend their money, they think they have insurance, and when they have an issue, they are told we don't accept.
Exactly, and so I think that's a very fair question that we handle regularly in terms of educating our
Commissioners,
clients.
and I'm sure you're aware of it, Daviess County Fiscal Court puts $50,000 into this program. I believe Daviess County Health Department also puts $50,000 into it. Isn't that correct? So that's where you get $100,000 of public dollars that are invested in access, medical care, and drugs. Returns 27 to 1, and that's a pretty good return on the public's investment. So I'll open it up to questions by the commission. Yes, sir.
The only thing I want to follow up on is when you listed off, first of all, I jotted down Passport, Humana, WellCare, Anthem. Who's the fifth one?
WellCare, Humana, Coventry.
Coventry, okay. Now, if I understood you right, you said that when you're counseling somebody about signing up, you can't tell them that Anthem doesn't have a contract with our hospital, and
We could tell them that, but we can't tell them which one to go with. So we can't say, you need to go with WellCare, or you need to go with this, but we could give them all the information so they can make the choice. And once we give the information, let's say they say they're going to go to our local hospital, Owensboro Health, we'll say at this time they're not taking that form of insurance for Medicaid. And so then at that point, if they still insisted on doing it, which they never do, then they'll say, oh, I want to go with something else.
Okay.
And so that's an important part of case management, because if they were doing this on their own, or if they were even doing it in another setting, that they would say, oh, yeah, I recognize that. And sometimes they'll choose
right,
it.
they'd probably choose the one that the name they recognize. Right.
Right.
Okay. Which in this case might be the worst choice. Okay. That's all I wanted
Anything
to follow.
else?
No, that's
Commissioners? Anyone from the public? Thank you very much. As
Thank you.
always, we appreciate it. We appreciate the fact that you braved the weather. And you didn't know that there was extra credit for this. Then we had Mr. Fisher and Mr. Condor hear that there was extra credit being given, so they showed up in court after you folks. So you guys don't get the extra credit. Next item, Terry.
C, report of the audit of the Daviess County Clerk for the year ended December 31st, 2013.
Mr. Hendricks.
Judge, this is just a copy of the clerk's audit. They're a fee office, and they gave us a copy. I've reviewed it. It's in order.
Didn't see any problems, any
No,
issues?
sir.
Okay. Question or comment by the commission? Next item,
Presentation.
Terry.
D, treasurer's report for January 2015.
Mr. Hendricks.
Cash balance at January 31st was $28,686,912. Of that, the general fund's $12,896,563. I can report that the revenues are coming in as we had anticipated. All the funds are performing within the anticipated range. I have no comments.
Question or comment by the commission? Next item.
Consideration for approval. A, minutes of the February 3rd, 2015 court meeting.
move to approve.
Second.
I have a motion. Second, commissioners had a copy of the minutes in your packet for some time. Are there any additions, deletions, or corrections? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
B, all claims for all departments.
Motion approved.
Second.
I have a motion and second. Commissioners, once again, you've had a copy of all the bills due and payable by Daviess County Fiscal Court. Do you have any questions of the treasurer at this time? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carries. Debbie, you guys don't have to sit through this if you would like to go on and get your snowshoes on and head back. Thank you again for the report.
C, surety bond release at the Downs, Fairway Drive, Unit 2.
Move to approve.
Second.
I have a motion and second.
The developer has requested release of surety for asphalt base. We have inspected that public improvement and verified it was put in per plan. I recommend approval.
Question or comment by the commission? Question or comment by the public? There being none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
D, memorandum of agreement between the City of Owensboro, Daviess County Fiscal Court, Fire Department relating to the Area Maritime Security Committee.
Move to approve.
Second.
I have a motion second. Commissioners, if you look at this memorandum of agreement at the attachments, you'll see three pieces of equipment that are being transferred to us by the City of Owensboro. The City of Owensboro was the primary grantee of this equipment and is distributing the equipment to not only Daviess County Fiscal Fire Department, but another fire department. And these are actually pieces of equipment that are used to avoid mid-river or mid-water collisions, kind of like transponders on aircraft to help avoid those kinds of collisions. So all we're doing is saying, you're going to give us the equipment, we accept it, we will use it in the manner it's been prescribed, we will maintain it, we'll insure it. Is that correct, Chief? Any question or comment of the Chief? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
E, lease with the Diocese of Owensboro for use of the Knottsville Playground for the summer recreation program.
Move to approve.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Commissioners, rather than call Ross up there, this is our standard playground lease, correct? No changes from last year. Any question or comment? There being none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
F, contract with the Eden Fence Incorporated to replace damaged guardrail on Carter Road per statewide contract.
Motion approved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Mr. Brasher.
I am asking to utilize the State Highway Department's contract for replacement repair work for guardrail that was hit here recently on Carter Road. We've got an estimated cost of around $5,500 per that contract. Recommend approval.
Question or comment by the commission. Is this one that we're going to try to get back from the person's insurance who damaged the
I
guardrail?
believe I've had the purchasing manager look to see if there was any record, and the sheriff's department did not have any record of
the
any accident
damage,
at this
so we don't know
location.
where it went.
Nope.
Okay. Thank goodness. Any question or comment by the commission? There being none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carries. Ross, you're the only one that got that?
I got it.
Oh, George did get it. He snickered a little bit. Where were you that night, Commissioner?
With you.
That's what I thought. Next item, Terry.
G, contract with American Engineers to design structures to replace bridges on Berry and Cummings Road.
Move to approve.
Second.
I have a motion, second. Mr. Brasher.
Yes, this is for two existing bridge structures, one being on Berry Road, one being on Cummings. The bridges are in need of repair work. They are of such a size that we believe that we can replace the bridges with pipes, whether it's metal or concrete or a box culvert.
Won't be multiple culverts, will it?
No.
Okay, thank you.
So we would anticipate quite a bit of savings going to these type structures. So I'm asking for approval to have the engineering firm start the analysis to ensure that we can do this.
Each contract, $4,500.
Standard, we've done this, I think, on the last several bridges that we've replaced. It's
Okay.
standard hydraulic analysis.
Right.
We would anticipate.
Did
a
they do the
recommendation.
one at Maceo for us?
Yes, they did.
That's what I thought. Commissioners, question or comment? There being none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
H, Drainage Commission's request to move forward with soliciting funds for the development of Drainage Master Plan.
Move to approve.
Second.
I have a motion second. Commissioner Wathen, do you want to lead us through this or talk to us a little bit?
Yes, I requested to put this on here. The Drainage Advisory Board asked us to move forward with the development of the Drainage Master Plan. However, I think at this point what we want to do is to move forward with trying to see if we can find funds from different organizations to help us with the cost of developing that Drainage Master Plan, and that's what this request is for. It's not for actually moving forward with the plan, but it's moving forward to see if we can find money.
To look for some grants. Mr. Brasher, would you share with us a conversation you had with the Corps last week, I guess?
Yeah, Judge, I believe I brought this up to you and Fiscal Court members. About 18 months ago, it was brought to my attention that the Corps of Engineers have what is called public planning assistance grants. About 18 months ago, we sent in a letter letting them know that we were interested. Well, it just so happens that they've scheduled a meeting actually in 2 days, this Wednesday, to come in to see if what we would fit into what they would fit into their grant program. So Wednesday of this week, unless the weather cancels, to see if that's a potential avenue for funding.
Okay. Any idea what kind of grant is it? 80-20, 100%, 50-50? Who knows?
Don't know yet.
One of the reasons the master plan itself It does two or three things. One, if we end up doing it, the reason I'm for it is because one of the questions that answers has always been out there, is there anything that Daviess County can do to help the drainage in Daviess County? We've got a lot of problems, and it answers a lot of questions. Some people look at it as one big, huge project, and it's not that. If we did the master plan, what it would give us is a lot of little projects that would be available to us to help improve drainage in different areas in the county. So I think in the long run it's a good program. It's a good idea for us to have us in a position where if there is down the road to help drainage in any community, we would be in a position where we'd be ready to accept that money and do projects, because we would have projects. And so anyway, I just wanted to mention that. I think it's a good, in the long run, it's something we should probably do.
Broken down into very small projects like you talked about.
Right.
And what they would do, it was easier to get money to do the more projects. So I think it's a wise move, and it's why I would support us moving forward, looking for the grant money first. And do you think we would know? I mean, you all probably don't know anything about FEMA. They move pretty slowly.
What I would do is actually meet with the Corps this Wednesday, see how that goes. But I think we should probably also contact GRAD, which deals with grants on a broader stage, and see if we could utilize them for this service.
Okay. I think I said FEMA. I meant the Corps. One of the things that if you would ask, they have grants available, are those grants for reimbursements? In other words, could we move forward with doing some of this preliminary work on the study, pay for it, and then be reimbursed, the court be reimbursed, and that would kind of move us along a little quicker than we normally would move.
And why the interest is there and strong forward. To get some projects started in the near future is the right direction to go.
Okay.
Thank you.
We have Jerry Fisher, chair of the Drainage Commission out there. Jerry, do you want to come up and say anything? You don't have to if you don't want to. Here,
I'll keep it short, Judge.
Okay.
I just want to add to Commissioner Wathen what he's talking about this project. You know, a lot of people ask, why do you want to keep studying things? Why do you want to keep studying things? And when you do a project, I think we just need to start at a certain place, which we have already established that in phase 1, and this is the next step where we need to go to get these projects listed. To get any type of federal money or any type of money at all, you need projects listed. So that's really all I wanted to add to that, is let the public know that we're not really wanting to keep studying. We're trying to get to a point where we can actually do some projects with this next phase.
That's a good point, Jerry. It's maybe we wanted to go ahead and start digging impoundments or building levees, but if we were going to get money from the feds or even the state, they're going to want to see certain things done, and if we don't have them in place, we're never going to get any money. It's a good point that you make.
Hopefully we can get some projects established where we can get the money.
All right, thanks. Any other question or comment, commissioners?
Bid number 6, 2015, new fifth wheel road truck.
Second.
I have a motion, second. Mr. Johnson.
Yes, Judge, this item is a planned and budgeted replacement of a 2000 Mack that we have ran in our fleet currently for an excess of 14 years. We offered this current vehicle as a trade-in, all values of which were found to be accepted. The bid of Truck Centers Incorporated is the lowest and best evaluated bid, having minor exceptions. It is our recommendation to award bid number 6, 2015 to Truck Centers Incorporated in the amount of $96,533.
Question or comment by the commission? Question or comment by the public? There being none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carries.
J, award bid number 7, 2015. 2, new open.
Motion and second, Mr. Johnson.
Yes, Judge, this item is a plan and budget replacement of a 2009 trailer that was damaged in an accident and a 2002 Mack trailer that we have ran in our fleet in excess of 12 years. This trailer, the 2002, was offered as a trade-in, all values of which were found to be acceptable. The Fiscal Court received 4 bids, with the bid of Banner Truck and Trailer Sales Incorporated as the best evaluated bid, having met all bid specifications without to award bid number $22,500.
Question. But I see where we have a.
That is true, Judge. The lowest bidder had exceptions that weren't properly denoted, and they were exceptions that we simply could not accommodate.
Okay. Who, the last 4 or 5 of these, who have we bought them from?
Banner Truck and Trailer.
And we've been satisfied with those. Comment. Question or comment by the public? There being none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carries.
2015 boardwalk materials for Horse Fork Creek Park.
Motion approved.
Second.
I have a motion and second, Mr. Jordan, or Johnson, or Jordan Johnson, whichever, just,
It doesn't
Yes,
have to.
it doesn't matter, right?
Materials only for the boardwalk at Horse by Grant, Davis County Fiscal. Only bid submitted, meeting all bid specifications without exception. It is our recommendation to award bid number 8, 2015 to Custom Manufacturing Incorporated in the amount of $52,500.
Question or comment by the commission? Ross, the grant was for how much?
Judge, it's a 50-50 grant of $186,000. In our proposals to the Department of Local Government to be able to see if we could take those excess funds and be able to apply them towards other projects along this trail.
Okay. Any other question or comment? Question or comment by the public? There being none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carries.
L, retirement resignation of Ronnie Thompson as sign technician in the Department of Public Works, effective 2/28/2015, 37 years.
Move to approve.
Second.
I have a motion and second. One who works for a company or an organization that long, so he was a good and faithful servant. Any question or comment? Opposed, motion carries.
M, hire Jerry A. Ames as a service technician in the Department of Public Works, effective upon successful completion of pre-employment screenings.
Motion approved.
Second.
I have a motion and second. This is a replacement. What we had one of our service techs take Mr. Thompson's place in the sign department, and this is to replace
Yes, sir.
that service tech. Any question or comment, commissioners? There being none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carries.
N, advertise for a truck driver in the Department of Solid Waste.
Move to approve.
Second.
I have a motion and second. Again, commissioners, this is just a request to advertise. We're always looking for truck drivers with CDL license. David, this is
But this will not be a new position.
this is a replacement.
This is just a replacement.
Yes. This actually is replacing the fellow that's moved to another position within Davis County Fiscal Court. So, any question or comment? There being none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
O, hire seasonal parks employees contingent upon successful completion of pre-employment screenings.
Motion approved.
Second.
I have a motion and second. Do you want to read these folks off, Terry?
I will. At Panther Creek, grounds maintenance, David Pike, Gary McCarty, James Robertson, Roger Gray, Philip Keller, Claude Sparks, William Jerome Black. Park attendant, Tim Beebe, and Zachary O'Brien. At Yellow Creek Park, grounds maintenance, Cody Evans, Larry Piper, Luke Riney, Tyler Wilson. As park attendants, Austin Wedding, Trenta Powers, Catherine Lemons, Dwayne Height. Horse Fork, ground maintenance, Robin Edgell, Mark Christie Jr., Steve Graybill.
Question and comment, commissioners? Ross, this is just a normal hiring, right? Okay. There being no questions, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carries.
Consideration for appointment, Manuel Ball to the OMPC, filling the unexpired term of David Appleby, who served 3+ terms. He begins immediately to 12/31/2017.
Move to approve. Second.
I have a motion and second. Commissioners want to take the opportunity to thank David Appleby for his good service on the OMPC board. I know David took a leadership role on that board. I want to thank Manuel Ball for agreeing to serve. It's a very important position. Manuel's one of those young folks that's involved in the construction industry. Any question or comment? There being none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carries.
Ordinances. A, second reading of KOC 860.7, 2015. An ordinance approving a revised emergency medical service and ambulance agreement by and between the City of Owensboro, Davis County, and Procurement DBA Yellow Ambulance Service, the exclusive countywide provider of emergency ambulance services for the 911 dispatch system.
Move to approve.
Second.
I have a motion and second. Claude, you want to just give us a very brief
Judge, we've had a
overview?
contract with Yellow for quite some time. There were some questions about making some minor changes and delivering service and making sure that we had all of the I's dotted and T's crossed. I don't think there's anything in here that we didn't have in the first one, but this will just revise the contract, and the contract term will begin the first day of July now and run from July rather than through the end of February to make it the same time that both the city and the county's budget year runs. The other things it does provide this time, although it did the last time, for the ability for the city and the county to ask for permission to use or to sign or to contract with someone else for emergency ambulance services if the conditions were to require it. In addition to, in an emergency, in a declared state of emergency, we can use just about anything, but it would allow now the city or the county under its license to do that if it's permitted by the circumstances and by the Board of Emergency, the Kentucky Board of Emergency Management.
Okay. And I know that there were questions that commissioners had, and I had. One of those questions was the certificate of need and the license in this community. It was, you researched it and found that it was a jointly held license.
It is.
Between the city and the county.
It is.
Another question that I had was if we took that license back and required Procurement to operate under their own license, but we did not have an ambulance to operate that license, what happens to the license? Does it just go into suspense, or?
The license would remain, and that's one of the questions that I couldn't get an answer from them. But if we don't use it or renew it, then yes, we could lose the license.
We could lose it. There's no anticipation of us requiring Procurement to give up that license.
No.
Right now, but we could ask for the license back.
We could. Of course,
Yes.
we have a contract with them,
Right.
and they are providing that emergency service. I don't think we anticipate doing that, but the idea was to allow the city or the county to add some other services if that needed in certain circumstances, with permission again from the Department of
Right.
the Kentucky Department of Emergency Management.
I know, commissioners, that in our attendance to the judge executives meetings, the commissioner and magistrates meetings, ambulance service, emergency medical care always comes up, and in many other areas that is a fee for service. In other words, the county pays somebody to come in and provide that. We are very fortunate here in Davis County that we have been able to contract with an outside provider at no cost to the city or no cost to the county. I know at one time that service was provided by the hospital, and they were very happy to no longer have to provide that service. And I just want to say, as one county judge, I'm very, very pleased and very happy that it doesn't cost us any money to provide this necessary service to the citizens of this community. And I, for one, do not want to go into the ambulance business. So, any question or comment? Question? There being none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Second,
Excuse me just a second. Claude, thank you for all the work that you did on this.
You're welcome, Judge.
It was not just a 1 month and done, was it?
No, it wasn't.
Okay. Next item, Terry.
second reading of KOC 560.3, 2015, an ordinance relating to the equipment of emergency vehicles in Daviess County.
Move to approve.
Second.
I have a motion, second. Commissioners, it's pretty straightforward. The county coroner has asked for the ability to equip their vehicles with emergency response lights that would only be used in the case of an emergency when responding to a fatality. In normal circumstances, when they would be going into a neighborhood to investigate a death or to certify, they would not use these lights. But as all of you have heard, we had a terrible accident out on the Parkway, I guess last month or in the month of December. They had a hard time getting there. Now, I would tell you, just to kind of jerk on Jeff's chain a little bit, since he's not here to plead his case, I'm not sure that we ought to pass this. Well, we'll go ahead and try. Any question or comment?
Just for the
Yes.
court and public's information too, the coroner is by statute and by this ordinance is not allowed to exceed the speed limit during the day.
Right.
The emergency just allows them to let other motorists know that they need to get by
Right.
and that they are an emergency
Right.
vehicle.
Yes. Any question or comment? Question or comment by the public? There being none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Consideration for discussion. A, other businesses to be brought before. First is 2015 Kentucky Waste Tire Management Program Agreement.
Move to approve.
Second.
I have a motion second. David, are you here to talk to us?
This is the standard state agreement. As you all can tell, that the state is proposing to come in and have a tire amnesty day for 3 days in the month of June 18th, 19th, and 20th. And this just specifies what the city or what the county and the state agree to do. And the reason why we had to bring it under other business is we received it this week and it had to be signed and returned by March the 6th, and our next meeting is March the 5th, so there was no way to get it signed into them.
Is this
beforehand.
the $3,000 grant? Is that the amount
No,
of the
this is
grant?
where they actually set up at the state garage,
Oh,
and
okay.
people are allowed
So
to
this
bring.
is the big one.
This is the big
This
one
is
where
the big
people
one.
bring it to the Department of Highways.
Okay.
This is
Okay.
not where we go out and let people bring it to us.
Yeah, the other one typically is about $3,000, and we accept tires until we hit
Right.
that
No.
amount, and then it's over with. So, folks, if you got tires, remember this one and get them in.
And all we have to do is we provide 3 staff members
Right.
during that weekend.
Let's see, you and Jordan and Mr. Hendricks, right? Okay.
It's whatever you choose.
Well, I was just looking, and Mark, since you're grinning, we're going to stick you over there too.
Well, he is familiar with the state highway garage.
Yes, I forgot about that. Okay, commissioners, question or comment? Question or comment by the public? There being none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Second, approval to transfer surplus 2003 Chevrolet S10, VIN number 188168 to McLean County Fiscal Court.
Move to approve. Second.
I have a motion second. David?
Yeah, this you all had declared this Chevy S10 surplus, I believe, in November, possibly one of the December meetings. This was a former animal control truck, and you had, I think, discussions with Judge Thurman. He called me to verify that they are interested in the truck. He was hoping to come over this week. I have a feeling there's been a slight change in plans as far as getting
Put
his
the snow tires back on.
slight change in plans. So he sees almost no reason why they will not go on and accept it. So we would like permission in case he wants to take possession of it before our next meeting. We wanted to get approval for you to sign those transfers. That transfer.
Question or comment by the commission? Question or comment by the public? On behalf of Judge Thurman, I will say thank you to the citizens of Daviess County. I know he appreciates the use of the truck. If there are no other questions or comment, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Public comments.
This is a period in our meeting during which we ask the public to come to the podium, identify themselves, and they are welcome to speak on anything other than what has been on the agenda. Yes, sir.
Larry Condor, Judge. For the last 10 years, I've been a very big advocate of our citizens of Daviess County and Owensboro to be engaged with our politicians and our process. This weekend, on Saturday, the Chamber of Commerce will be having a legislative forum. And I don't mean to steal any thunder because I know that the judge, for example, has spent an extremely amount of time, along with David Smith, in Frankfurt concerning some of the issues that are before us and our Kentucky State Legislature. And they're huge. Right now, it's an off year. We don't necessarily are fighting over the budget. We're not talking about a lot of other things that are going on. But there are some issues that all of our representatives will be there Saturday morning at the Chamber Center on 3rd Street on the 2nd floor. And you will have, I hope, all of our state legislative representatives there, whether it be Senator Bowen or Representative Thompson or any of the rest of them. At that time, please, I encourage everyone, this commission, all of our constituents, if you vote, be there at that meeting. It is a critical meeting that several things will affect Daviess County. Some of them I have been extremely active in trying to get them passed, but there are others. Lyft, for example, or other different processes or different things that are before the state. So at that meeting, show up. If you don't show up, whose problem is it? It's you as a voter to be engaged with the politicians you either voted for or you have issues with. Make sure you're there, whether you have a D behind your name or an R or an I. This is your time. Thank you very much. And thank you, Judge, for your time, for all the work you've done.
Larry, thank you. The public engagement, those are words near and dear to my heart. And if that's your one time to voice that opinion, it's very important that the folks be there, because it's not just one or two. Representative Gooch will be there. Representative Watkins will be there. Representative Miles, Representative Glenn and Thompson, and Joe Bowen, Senator Bowen, and it's extremely important that we be there and tell them what it is you believe. Whether you agree with me or not, doesn't matter. The fact that you're there shows them that you are engaged and that you're watching, and watching is very important.
It is your time.
Yep.
Be there, people.
Anything else?
Judge, I wanted to make a brief statement. We have closed the gates to the parks, especially out at Panther Creek, which are typically not closed due to the bridge on the backside. We are concerned that somebody in this inclement weather may end up down at the bottom of the creek. But I just wanted to be able to let the public know that the Daviess County parks at this point are closed and locked. We do have foot traffic in the park. I think maybe David's going to head up and do some sledding at Horse Fork before it's all over with, but I just want to make that statement.
Okay. Thank you, Ross. And just to piggyback that, at noon, the building, Daviess County Fiscal Court, will be closed. We're going to send the employees home, and actually we'll let Mr. Hendricks make that decision himself. But from the looks of his attire, he's going to be the first one out here. Anybody else? All right, next item. Oh, I'm sorry.
Judge, I do want to say that this weekend is the Green River Firefighters Association is hosting the Bryant Stiles Officer School at the Convention Center. We're expecting hopefully up to 1,200 students. I know we had almost 1,000 already registered. It's the biggest school in the state. We will have a vendors night, and I'd like to invite y'all out to our vendors night. It's 4 to 8 p.m. and the public is invited.
What night is that?
On Saturday night.
Saturday evening.
Saturday evening, 4 to 8.
Okay. Thank you, Chief. Anything else? Next item.
Comments by Daviess County Fiscal Court.
Commissioner Caslen.
Pass.
Commissioner Wathen.
I just add one thing about the legislative day Saturday morning. They will be providing you with cards to ask questions. So any citizen that has a question they want answered, you can get that done. So it's another good reason to come to the meeting Saturday morning. That's all I have.
Commissioner Colger.
Pass.
Before I give my comments, I have John out in the audience. John, you want to come? John Klaus is our Assistant Emergency Management Director. Would you come forward and talk to us about the warming stations?
The Homeless Council, Ohio Valley, is coordinating warming centers. Harry Pettigo, their chair, is the point of contact on that. They open at 9 p.m. They close at 8 a.m. From tonight through Thursday night. It will be located at First Baptist Church. And so they are soliciting volunteers. They need particularly male volunteers. They have not had an abundance of folks in there, but they've had several. I think three to five is what they've been averaging. They had I think they did have 10 on Saturday. But the temperatures are going to be getting colder, according to the Weather Service, throughout the middle of the week, so they're probably expecting a higher census at that time.
Temperature and the wet weather, the cases of hypothermia go up dramatically. So that's at First Baptist Church.
Yes, sir. And they're undecided about Friday with the weather. The weather's supposed to break, according to the Weather Service. So they're still trying to figure out what they're going to do, they being the Homeless Council,
Right.
but they'll notify our office, and then we'll put that back out through public release. And
Thanks.
I would like to say I appreciate everything that the court has done to support this project. We've given them some supplies and coordination and stuff through the office, but you guys have been very important to it as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, John. Commissioners, just want to talk a little bit about cold weather. Folks, if you have experienced freezing pipes in the past, tonight and the next few days, you're probably going to do it. Leave a little water running. Be careful with your furnaces. Make sure they're in operating order. If you're burning wood or any other fossil fuels, the danger of carbon monoxide poisoning is extremely high, particularly if they're not vented right. If you happen to lose power and hook up a gasoline-driven generator, be extremely careful where you set that generator. Do not set it inside your garage and close the door. If you do, you'll wake up dead. They put off carbon monoxide. It's not a smart thing to do. The House Bill 1, the lift bill, was passed out of committee and debated on the House floor Thursday, along with enabling legislation. It passed, I'm happy to say. I would encourage everyone to show up to the legislative forum and voice your support, because now it goes to the Senate, where they also have to have 60% approval for that constitutional amendment. House Bill 202 has to do with the use of excess hotel motel tax. I think we were due to have a committee hearing tomorrow. It's sponsored by Representative Tommy Thompson, and David Smith was going to go up and represent me. I think it's probably going to be canceled and rescheduled sometimes next week. That means I'll get to make another one of those fast trips to Frankfurt. And then Senate Bill 29 is a very important bill that was supported by all the judge executives and the commissioners and magistrates, which has to do with stabilizing the floor for the gas tax. It's really important, folks, because it could cost us as much as $1 million in a year's time, or $6 or $7 million before the tax gets back to where it's normal. We put an extra $500,000 in the road budget last year to take care of all the repairs made necessary by the polar vortex. I don't know where this vortex is coming from, but I suspect it's the same polar region. Hopefully our roads will hold up a little better because our engineers spent so much money on getting them ready. But if not, we may not get that $500,000 back for use on other things that the county could use. So with that being said, everybody be safe today. Drive very carefully. There's no other, I'm sorry, you're right, I always forget. I want to recognize James Jury with Solid Waste Floor Supervisor for 15 years of service. We appreciate the fact that he's been with us that long, and the fact also that he works in solid waste. Not a lot of people like it out there. If there's no other business to be brought before Daviess County Fiscal Court, without exception, we're adjourned.